Folks, it's 6 o'clock, we're gonna get going. I know there's lots of conversation this one, but now that the thing is actually working properly this week, we're gonna get on time. All right, so, good evening and welcome to the town of Rockingham, Bellows Falls Village, Saxtons Village, special joint board meeting. It's Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, 6 PM, and we're down here in the Rockingham Lower Theater. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And first thing on the agenda is approval of the meeting minutes for March 2022.
Make the motion that we approve the minutes of the meeting of March 2022.
Actually, if I may make a friendly amendment to the 29th, March 29th, it's not on.
I'm sorry, Tuesday the 29th.
And you seconded it, okay. Further discussion on the minutes. All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. We don't have anybody on. All right, additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting. Okay, hearing none, we're moving on to the next item, which is public comments on items.
On items not
Yes.
listed.
Please give us your name. That's what's happening.
Good evening, I'm Laurel Green. I'm a resident here in Bellows Falls. And I'm here as a cheerleader today. I think we all get to just give ourselves a big pat on the back. Our local hazard mitigation plan, I'll take this off the top. Our local hazard mitigation plan was approved by the state in mid-May and is going on to FEMA. I don't know if it's gotten the FEMA approval yet or not.
Nothing formal, but it's in their final review.
It should be coming in
Right.
soon. And it was a just fabulous collaboration of public citizens and town staff and some select board members came to put together a really big revision of the hazard mitigation plan to include 14 hazards that are brought to us care of the climate change situation that's already affecting our town. So I just find that really exciting and really pleased that we've got that. It, of course, comes with a little bit of work to do. And just going down, there's a list where we can check off the actions that we've done. There's an action tracker that covers the 5-year period that the plan covers. And when I looked at it, there are maybe 10 different groups that only have 1 or 2, maybe 3 tasks. There's the big hitters, of course, are the town highway superintendent. You know, the road crew always has a ton to do. The town planner, zoning administrator, and health officer has, so the highway supervisor has 19 of those tasks. Town planner, zoning administrator, and health officer has 9. And the emergency management director has 7. And then the other groups that have 1 or 2 include the select board, Vermont Department of Transportation, the town manager, Conservation Commission, the Energy Committee, the Bellows Falls Water District, the tree warden, fire chief, the Ascutney Solid Waste Management District, and even the public group Sustainable Rockingham. So we have some work to do, but it will put our town in better shape for the next climate-related disaster or any other disaster that comes our way. So thank you for your support and good luck on all the work that's ahead to make this happen.
Anyone else with public comment? Seeing none on the screen. All right. We move on to the manager's report.
Thank you. Just a quick update, and I think a few of you were on this VLCT update on cannabis, which probably created more questions than it provided answers. So it appears that the magic implementation date of July, at least for what we're looking at potentially for any retail or other types of businesses, is sliding into the fall. They're still grappling with all sorts of details in terms of local zoning, other issues, that advertising, a whole host of things, as you can imagine, how people are going to apply. Still a lot to be resolved. So we'll continue to follow up and try to keep people in the community apprised as these things go forward. There has been interest in some locations, and I know they've approached a couple of places, have looked at the possibility of getting licensing, so it's starting, the little groundswell of this business is starting, but in terms of details or trying to give a real sense of how it's gonna go, the state is really, I think, a little behind here in relationship to helping out, municipal cannabis control boards and just sort of giving guidance as to how this thing moves forward. So it will be a little muddled as we go on, but we'll certainly keep everybody in the loop as we get hopefully more clarity from the state. The other big thing is we've delayed our paving project. Originally, we're going to do that large section of Pleasant Valley Road. We've been out there finishing up some work, and we're getting ready to start the milling process. And the state transportation department told us at the last minute that we were potentially eligible for our structures grant that originally they said they could not fund because they ran out of money. So we had to put a halt on trying to get this paving done. If you remember, originally we were going to pave in mid-June to late June. And the structures grant is not reimbursable for any work prior to July 1st. So we made arrangements with the contractors. They were willing to put us off until August. So we're in a little bit of a hiatus for that for now. But then we'll be back again. And the good news is we'll get $145,000 from the state to help offset some of those costs. So it's worth a little bit of a wait. But we'll be moving on to other projects.
Ed?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the agenda, we have the WNESU presentation on our ESSER plan. And I think Andy, the superintendent in the house, is going to do the presentation. I'm not sure where would be best for him to do that.
Move that chair down there.
That chair?
Sure.
Yeah.
That way they'd be able to hear them.
Yes, that's true.
It's easier to pick up the microphones off the
Off the
Yeah.
owl.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys giving me some time. As Deb said, I'm Andy Haas. I'm the superintendent of schools for WNESU. And excuse me, one of the things we wanted to do was start getting out and talking with the community about how the SU is looking at spending our ARP funds. And as you know, we got, I was going to say roughly, but we got a little over $13 million in our ARP ESSER. And so when I came on as superintendent, one of the things I looked to do was to form a committee to within the school to talk about how we would use the funds. As I'd come on, I'd heard from principals that they had been asked to get wish lists together and provide those wish lists. And then the other one was that the funds would be divided up equally among schools on a per pupil basis. And so I was getting requests for tennis courts to be repaved and things of that nature. And as I got an understanding of how the ARP funds could be used and whatnot, was the reason for the committee. And so we've been meeting. Cheryl Charles, who's the chair of the the Westminster Board, and Priscilla, the chair of the Rock Board, have been a part of that committee. We've met fairly regularly on a weekly basis to kind of talk not only just about our funds, but also about all of our ESSER funds, because overall we got about $20 million in funds. And so, we focused, our first focus, just kind of give you a little history, we focused on securing our ESSER 2 funds, because we had to do that by November of 21, and that hadn't been fully done. So we really focused on just making sure we had strategies in there that accounted for the dollars. And then we then pivoted back to address the ESSER 1 funds, which closed. We weren't allowed to make any amendments after May 27th, actually, so Friday. And we actually had finished up making our amendments because we wanted to make sure we secured all those funds and were spending them appropriately. And actually just got word today that that was accepted, so we're good. Those funds are available to us until so September of 24. And so then we've also talked about the ARP funds and how we can utilize our ARP funds and talk about those things. So one of the first things within, and I know, did you share this for everyone?
I did.
Okay. So within the ARP funds, one of the things we had to do is we had to set aside 20% to address loss of learning. And so that had to specifically go to how are we going to improve our instructional practices within our buildings, and really affect the instructional practices that our teachers are providing. So a few of the things that we really focused on and was looking at a director of innovation and instruction, and that's a person who can come in, really work with our teachers to improve their instructional practices, and also work on developing a curriculum. Also a multi-tiered systems of support coordinator. This is a person who will go directly into classrooms, work side by side with teachers on working on how are we really looking at, again, those instructional practices that we're doing, but how are we keeping kids in the classroom and not sending them out of the classroom, and really adjusting our instructional practices, because our kids have lost at least a year and a half of learning, and we want to get them caught up to speed. We've also, we're continuing looking at after school and summer programming. A couple other things, looking at maker spaces in all of our buildings, and I don't know how familiar people are with maker spaces. I don't want to go into that a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so a maker space is kind of a hands-on environment where kids can utilize, they learn differently. We know kids learn differently today. And so in an elementary school, it might be things that has like a lot of Legos and robotic things where kids can go in there, can explore, has early programming where kids can get in there and learn how to do programming, and then it gets wrapped around other instructional practices. It could also be something that we're addressing that has to do with like the community garden. So it can be a combination of things, and it gets all enveloped, and that's where the Director of Innovation and Instruction and the MTSS coordinator, where it becomes those layers of how do we support kids. Some of the other things, responsive classroom training, we began that actually this year. That is a look at our how we set a universal base layer for all of our students in communication and setting expectations for classroom learning. And so you spend a good 4 weeks at the beginning of the school year really just addressing what's it like to be a student. And we know many of our kids, because they've been out of the classroom for so long, really this year struggled getting back into the classroom. So it's a practice we want to continue. We're looking at doing responsive classroom at the middle school this coming year because they weren't a part of it. And then looking at responsive classroom 2, which is the second half for all of our elementary schools again. And that way we're encompassing all of our students K through 8 so that they're ready to learn. We've also invested heavily in restorative practice, staff training and staff. And restorative practices is just a way of rebuilding harm and developing community within our buildings. Again, a lot of this has to do with many of our kids when they were home alone. They kind of, or home learning alone, they were able to learn when they wanted to learn. So if you think about when you go to school, the bell rings, it tells you what to do, when to be there, right? And you do math at a certain time, then you go to English, and then you go to science. And when kids were home, they got instruction, and then there was time that they were supposed to work independently. And some kids maybe chose to work later at different times. And so coming back into the building, it's been really hard for kids to kind of embrace that, like getting back to the structured learning and then just being with their peers again. It's been a struggle for us all year. So that's some of the big pieces with the loss of learning. With our infrastructure, where our has a big emphasis is on rebuilding and preparing for COVID. We really looked at upgrading our HVAC systems in all of our buildings to the tune of about $4 million for all of our buildings. The high school is a large portion of that. It's about a $2 million project. But we realized that all of our systems aren't up to speed. Today, I just got an email from a parent about the high school or the middle school. It's hot on the 4th floor. It's difficult with COVID, so how can we respond to that and build some things in there? So we are looking at upgrading that system there. I also just learned that we are not eligible for a poverty grant on HVAC systems. I just learned that today, which is unfortunate. So we're hoping to maybe spread some of the costs there. We're also looking at upgrading the kitchen at Central Elementary School. It's the only kitchen amongst all of our buildings that hasn't been upgraded in the last couple of years. So we really feel that we can provide quality, we do provide quality meals, but we can provide even better quality meals for our students that way. We're looking at upgrading our cameras and our door systems. I think that's even more relevant after the events last week of how we can secure our buildings even better. So we are looking into that. Other projects that we've talked about is upgrading the auditorium at the high school. My understanding is the auditorium is the original seats that went in 1970, 69, 70. But we're looking at how we can design that into a space that can be broken up into multiple spaces. So as you probably all know, with COVID, everything has to have a COVID kind of angle. And so if we can take a large space and break it up into smaller spaces for learning so we can spread out more. So that's what we're looking at doing there. We're also looking at doing replacing some circulation pumps and duct work at Westminster, repairing the roof at the high school, basically repairing the roofs of all of our buildings. There's some repair that needs to be done at Central and at the middle school. Also upgrading the water tank at Saxtons River, and upgrading some playgrounds at Grafton. And then what we're looking, so that chunk that we were talking about is about $5 million. And then we were looking at taking about $5 million and looking at a new construction project. And that is for an early childhood learning center and a central office. And when the committee began talking about where can we make the greatest impact long-term for our students, we really started focusing around the fact that we have a lot of kids that are coming into school right now that are not ready to learn. Not only just our K through 12 kids, but kids who are moving up. We're finding students in our preschool are not even ready for preschool. And we are providing more and more services to the students in the 0 through 3 age also. So we tried to talk about how could we make that impact, where could we really expand educationally, and if we could invest at that young age, we would have an opportunity to perhaps curb costs as we go on. One of the things as the former director of student services we would see is we would get a ton of referrals from students, and when we would go back and research it, we would see that as early as preschool, we were identifying students as potential at-risk behaviors that might lead to an IEP. And then we're getting those students on IEPs, and then a lot of times kids aren't coming off IEPs. So we're providing services now for those 12 years that a student's with us. So if we can get that early intervention, we know that early intervention works, that we would be able to potentially have less students on IEPs and reduce costs. The other piece is coupling that with central office. Currently, our central office, we're paying, I believe it's about $45,000 a year in rent for our place. And if we were able to build along with this new project on land that a district currently owns, then we would be reducing those costs overall. Coupled with that new construction is also looking at how do we expand our nature-based outdoor curriculum. Again, with COVID, we know that the more we can do with kids outside, it's better, but also engaging students in that nature-based or outdoor learning. Kids learn differently, and then they apply their learning that they learn in the classroom, they can apply outside of the classroom, and then what they learn outside, they apply back in. The other thing that we know, just in a cost-benefit relationship, we know that there is a benefit-cost ratio of about $10.83 for every dollar invested in early childhood. So we know that the research is there, that the investment early on is going to pay off in the end. So that was the main reasons that we were looking at doing that. But those are our big things. We're looking for feedback, and also just where other areas that we might have missed. We've got what we call a thought exchange out there that we put out to the community, looking for feedback on what folks feel about this. Thought exchange is an anonymous platform that allows people to you can give a thought. So it's not a survey going, like 1, 2, 3. It's I can provide a thought, and then you can look at other people's thoughts, and then you can rate those thoughts. And so that helps us get that feedback of kind of crowdsourcing a group. So.
Great. Anyone have?
So just a question, how is the thought exchange available?
So right now we have it on our Facebook page. I can I look for ways how I can get it out to the greater community.
Has it been in Front Porch Forum?
Pardon?
Has it been in the newsletter Front Porch Forum?
No, it hasn't. I'm not familiar, to be honest with you, with Front Porch Forum, so.
Anyone else? Comments? You explained it very well.
Yeah. We will have it it'll be on our website, so folks can go to the website and get it there.
So I just make sure for everyone, the larger group, how are the decisions made by the committee will go before the individual boards, that how?
Yeah, so as dollars are being spent, they're gonna have to go to boards we're talking large capital improvement plans. So, like with the high school project, we've actively spoken about it at the high school, so everyone's, well aware of it and things of that nature. Really, I think a lot of the costs, and I think you all know this, costs are in materials and in labor today. Like, some of the projects aren't big, but the costs are going up because. So.
Exponentially. Well, if no one has anything else, I thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Appreciate your time.
Tommy, did you have something? No? All right, thank you.
Have a good evening.
So bringing back the boards, if anyone is interested, keep track of what's going on with the different school boards, we can weigh in on some of these as they come up. Next item on the agenda is to review the ARPA projects report. I believe, is that Gary? Are you handling that?
Yep, Gary's here.
Okay.
And we're just
There he
sort
is. He's hiding in the back, okay.
We're sort of at the final stages of our process, and we've talked about working with Camoin and trying to get some public input. And again, it's the battle of acronyms here, with ARPA and ARPA and all of these federal programs. But the one thing that they did encourage was public input. So we wanted to make sure that we were fulfilling that obligation. So we did have the public meetings, and now we have pretty much the final status from all of that into this sort of brief report, and then maybe Gary, you can jump in from there.
Yeah, so I'd say the one thing to look out for in the report is that a lot of the like projects are combined, but you have to look at the where they're asterisked and indicated as that. And really the top 3 score getters for each board are the ones that were highlighted separately. The full projects are there, but you should look at your other documents that have the full descriptions for projects, because the short descriptors don't necessarily tell you what's behind them.
We are being asked to make a motion this evening, which will have to be done individually by each board. Any comments, feedback, questions for Scott, questions
I
for?
guess just for the boards in general, this doesn't obligate you to any particular decision. It's really just a working document for you as you go forward and start to think about how you want to start investing these funds. and we're under no significant time pressure, we still have time to expend the money, but I think it's, you know, the beginning of the process to start to really narrow down, focus, and try to figure out where we might want to start.
Anyone?
Yeah, I have a question. Gary, this one page, it says results, and then there's Town of Rockingham, Village of Bellows, Saxtons, and you said the highlighted things are what we're focused on, but the highlighted things in each of these categories is not the one that got the most votes. So how does this work?
So I'm not exactly following the question.
Okay, this page,
The results page.
the results page.
Yeah.
The highlighted in blue.
Yeah.
The things that are highlighted in blue are not the top vote getters.
Community points are lower on the highlighted item than.
Oh, so, there's not really anything highlighted, that's just, alternate rows to
It
show
isn't?
you.
Oh.
So
Surprise.
if you look over at community points, right, so for instance, for, let's see, which are you, Rockingham Select Board, the number one vote getter was create new housing and revitalize the current supply.
Right.
Okay,
And as Scott said, this is community input for what's important to us. And as you're doing your long-term planning and looking at your budgets, you look at this report and take into account what your constituents are looking at. But you're making the best decisions for the communities with your fiduciary responsibility.
so tonight we're supposed to move on what, being in support of these three top vote getters?
Just accepting the reports, I think.
Just
Correct.
accepting the report, that's it.
No
Yes.
obligation to Scott said.
Correct. Right, you're not entertaining any formal activity, but for.
Yes.
So
Any-
for people
anyone-
who
oh,
are
yes.
not on the board, how can we access this information?
Is this available any,
Once the board accepts it, we'll put it on the website.
okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yes.
Thank you, Scott.
Just if there was any.
Very much appreciated, yes. It isn't available. It wasn't already this one. Would someone like to make the motion?
Madam Chairman, I will make a motion to accept the report of the ARPA project team from Mowing Associates.
Because of that, you have to do it per board, so that's yours.
Why would you have to do it for our board?
Because,
It goes back to each board for final decision.
I guess
anyway.
so, yeah.
So
All right,
we
second?
make it for
I would
one.
like to second that
We
motion.
we're all accepting the same
Everybody's
report.
in,
It's
we're all
not a
in.
different report
Yeah,
for every entity.
That's true.
So then it'll go back to each board for further action on their own, because we're not lumping all our money. Saxon River's money's their money, Rockdam's theirs, and Village is theirs, so,
I'm just saying, thanks for the reports.
right, basically.
Any further discussion on the reports? No? All right, oh, yes,
When will we make final decisions?
that's up to your each board.
When it
Yes,
goes back to
we'll
our
bring it
board,
into
so
our
probably one of the next 3 or
Conversations
4
when we get
meetings
into
will be
budget.
discussing it.
That'd be the most logical time to do it.
Yeah. We got till what, 2024 to spend the money
Right.
anyway, so it's not like we gotta do it tomorrow.
So when you guys discuss yours, what, January? Or
Well,
November, January?
budget starts in November,
Yeah,
December,
so-
so
Makes sense.
I
It'll
guess
start in the
figure out which project we want to start on from there, depending on how many taxes we want to charge everybody.
Rubs his hands together. So,
Oh, well.
anyone else? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed, therefore it passes. Thank you very much for all the hard work. Gary Scott, knowing if anybody from there is on there. Yes, Jason?
I think it's ironic that this presentation would follow the superintendent of schools. Of course, Deb and I are both on school boards. I don't know if anybody else is. The amount of vetting that this roughly, $1 million
Just over.
got, okay, compared to the 20-odd million we that facility here is it's ironic. Just leave it at that. I think other people might have other words for it, but it's scary might be one, but anyway, I just put.
It was very appropriate that you waited until they all left before you said that, but okay.
Well, we hadn't talked about the ARPA. Yeah.
No, I know, but, yeah.
It would have been premature.
Go
But
ahead.
to tie into that though, Jake, you gotta understand that community project, they're looking at spending about $5 million on for that project at the high school, takes care of some of the stuff that we were talking about at APRA about melding in some of the community learning and other structures, so that's all gonna tie in, so.
Yeah.
As you say, it may be ironic, but it's interesting, we're following that money, so if you're trying to tie everything together, you've got X amount of dollars over one area that you may be able to, tie everything together.
Yes, Gary?
So just to, that last point, does that, if they're building a structure for a program, and the program doesn't exist, does that mean a program's gonna get added to an annual budget?
The program, and yes, and that is what, Jigs and I have had those considerations. That will be future. We'll spend the money for it, say what, they spend it in 2024, 2025. But then further budgets that will be added onto our tax dollars. Yes, it is something to consider.
It's a huge issue to analyze. In fact, the finance committee of the WNSU is meeting for the first time tomorrow to start looking at some of this financial analysis of these proposals. So it's really, this has been a very small committee.
One more, you have to go back up the floor? Back up one floor. Sorry. Oh, yeah, you gotta back up one floor to take you to
Two.
the, two.
So there's a lot of
I'm sorry.
So there's a lot of analysis that has to be done. There was also a part of the motivation for this learning center came as a result of Senator Sanders' earmark proposals that he's been sending out to all the towns in the state. So he didn't mention that, but that was a critical piece of looking at that kind of a project. But anyway, there's a lot of analysis that has to be done on these items.
And they, again, just like us, have more time before they have to commit. The next thing on our agenda is to review the area-wide plan. This is according to this, the final. And we do have action to take on this, just like we did.
Right, so just again, we've had this before you in previous iterations as it's been working its way to this final status. It's still in a draft status because there are some additional items that need review, and we want to get it to the boards now so that we can get your feedback, and then Gary can sort of update us as to the other steps that we still have to walk through before we're ready to do the final adoption.
And do you want to say anything, Gary, before we start discussing?
Sure, yeah, so this, a lot of time has gone by. So last June is when we first had some presentations from the environmental firms and the landscape architects, and so there was the results. There's a vast array of projects. I think there's 6 different outlays over this target area. For instance, there's industrial development, there's a residential mixed-use development, there's destination tourism, canal aspects, there's indigenous Abenaki interpretive aspects, there's a river walk around the outside of the island, there's pieces that impact the rail division and the hydro company. So basically, we're looking for the final plan for you folks to adopt this, to give it your blessing, so to speak. So then we can go back to all of the stakeholders and say, so this is what we're looking at putting forward. And because the plan includes a lot of rail property, hydro property, impacts the indigenous folks, we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to then do the same thing. But we're looking for your blessing on it before it goes to them, their stakeholders, so to speak, their stake in it.
It's also a little bit of a roadmap as we go forward to look at how we want to try to redevelop the island and create interest from private parties or public-private partnerships or other ways that we can actually start some of these projects moving forward. We've had some very preliminary inquiries from a couple of different developers who are interested in just the general plan as they've seen and are curious as to how we're going to move forward if you do adopt this, in terms of starting to see some of these potential projects start to actually become more realistic. So I think one of the goals here is to see if we can, once we're done with this portion, if there aren't any significant changes or updates, is to talk about a process where we can engage and look at, working with some of these organizations in a little more formal way, either with an MOU or an MOA or some other type of land development agreement, which really starts to move the process towards reality. They're complicated, as Gary said. There's a lot of overlapping jurisdictions that don't always play nice in the sandbox. The railroad can be difficult, the hydro can be difficult. I don't think any of us are ignorant to how difficult it can be, but at least it gives us a roadmap and hopefully gives us some additional, it sort of helps us stand out, that we might be able to attract some private investment and really start to see some of these projects really start to move forward. I think that's the goal. So it is, to us, this is a very important step in that process. And I think it starts to really then turn into more actionable items that we can start to see real and hopefully measurable progress.
Gary, do I see residential development as a possibility on this map?
Yeah, so one place to pay particular attention to is the fact sheets that are at the end of the report. So the 6 different overlays of development, each has a fact sheet that goes along with them. And so, for instance, on the River Trail, it might talk about where there's challenges of crossing railroad grade crossings. How do you do that safely for a trail around the island, say? Or for the mixed use in the center of the island, a lot of residential facilities, large tax impact. So the fact sheet goes through what the likely cost of the projects will be, very high level. Of course, it will depend on the details, but a sense of what the incremental tax value will be on those, what the next steps are, potential partners, potential funding sources, what the challenges are. Each one looks at the constraints for that overlay. So the fact sheets are only 2 pages each, but they're but every line on them is fairly impactful. So yeah, so those would be good things to pay attention to.
Go ahead, Mark.
I just find this all a little confusing. So the one that we're actually talking about approving now is the one that says final preferred plan, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that one. Now, it says reconnect wireless bridge, so if that doesn't happen, does that throw out this whole plan? That's something we don't have control over.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, but this is not a blueprint for necessarily what's going to happen. This is a plan to visualize what would be possible based upon the values of what came out of the studies, correct? And so,
In the sense that it's very high level and that the details need to be worked through and some aspects shifts a little as we get into the details, but it is really a blueprint of, so part of what takes a long time is the environmental firm is looking at what can be done in each property, what contamination there's been. The Stevens Associates is looking at what the constraints are on the property, the zoning that has been changed or needs to be changed. But really based on the input that we have from the public, the input from the stakeholders, the input from the property owners and where there's site control, it is sort of a blueprint, but it is very high level where that kind of strategic planning for each project development needs to happen, and so the final result could look a little different, but it is really a blueprint of how to proceed more than a vision.
Lauren, did you get a chance to finish your question, Jen?
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks.
Anyone else have comments?
My typical comment is there's not enough emphasis on job creation and much more emphasis on more housing in the village. Trails, I think trails are fine. I don't have much sense down in the, where the grist mill is. I don't have a sense of how popular that area has become or whatever, but I think that, and I guess the other part is the impact on the taxpayer of the village of Bellows Falls. This is a town report, but it focuses on the village, and we have to support, our taxpayers have to support the not only all the parts the other town people pay for, like building the roads and that type of thing, but we also have police and fire, public safety that we have to provide for. And I think when I look at the housing stock, particularly given the most recent activity here with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust that's going to build 26 or 7 units, I think. I'm concerned about the impact on the infrastructure, particularly if they're talking about more residential construction, because we have a long history of having excess housing, and the impact when all the jobs left the railroad and the paper companies, the demographics in this village changed dramatically, and I think it's very important for us to keep that in mind, and why I say employment would seem to be the most critical aspect of making this kind of a plan a reality. Anyway, that's just my thought.
Anyone else? Gary, yeah?
Yeah, so I just would respond to the feedback that came through was over the past 2 years, really, even just before COVID, all of the input from the economic development agencies around the state, the regional development corps, every conference, employer meetings identified a lot of job openings where there weren't people to fill them, and when they tried to recruit from a distance, people had trouble finding housing, and we heard from Chroma, from Sonax, even the Vermont Country Store, finding people to keep their restaurants open. Chefs, waiters, dishwashers, people look to move here, and there's no quality places to live that are affordable. And there's a lot of old housing stock, where someone would need to purchase a building and put really a lot of money into it, and a young family moving to have a career somewhere, it doesn't work for. And there is the Rockingham Incremental Development Working Group is looking at working through those buildings. But then there's also, I mean, when you look at the mixed use fact sheet, it's true that it will use a lot of services, but the incremental taxes, well, I think it's somewhere, it was somewhere in the $1 million a year range of an increase in the tax revenues from those 99 to 150 units. And the other thing, I know when I moved here, 1991, I think there were 5,500 people in Rockingham, and this latest census, there were, it was below 5,000. And Bellows Falls also fell below 3,000 to 2,900 and something. Every year at the town meeting, when we get to the school portion, people stand up and say, when I was in high school, we had 400 kids in the class, is two, and we're not even filling our classrooms anymore. And so their population is a serious problem, having enough people to fill the jobs, and having good housing that is affordable can help reverse that. And so that's what we're looking at doing here. Everywhere in the state is screaming housing crisis. And if we can get ahead of that, it can help turn Bellows Falls around in terms of lifting the economic, floating the economic boat, so to speak, of all of our demographics, lifting everybody up.
Well, getting us back to the area-wide plan in hand. Would someone like to make the motion to accept the reports? Consultancy.
So moved. I move that we accept.
And the second? Okay, I got a few of those. Any further discussion on this? The only comment I would make is simply that I cannot look at this as a blueprint because it looks like a circus. There are so many things in here, I'm just saying what some other people have thought too. When one developer comes along and says, I'll do this piece, that piece might eliminate the ability to do some of the other pieces in here. There's so many things going on here, and those might be impacting. One project starts, which will eliminate the ability to do others. I know this is a long study that they've spent a lot of time on, but I really don't see this coming to fruition in this way. But that's my comment, and I wanted to make sure I made it, and because we will be looking at future taxes, like Jim was saying, and future services and all of that. So if there's anything else to do, you put your hand up.
Well, the only thing I comment is that it's a wishful thinking plan. Based on past history, the timelines that they're quoting in here, you're gonna have to double them, some of them. I mean, they're just so unrealistic. 1 to 2 year plan for a $20 million project is never gonna happen. We've spent 10 years trying to get Robbie paper on, and we haven't got anybody going forward on that. We've got a vacant lot up there, and nobody interested. So, I mean, I have to take a little, caution with the timelines that are listed on these projects. It's a nice, maybe a nice plan, but I agree with Deb too, that some of this stuff is, I don't know, to me, it's far-fetched, but that's just my opinion.
But we have to have a plan, and also, if it takes 10 years and we end up there, hallelujah. It's a good thing.
Here, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say the fact sheets bear some examination for that. For instance, sticking with that mixed use fact sheet, it says 4 to 6 years once permitting and design are undertaken in earnest. So the process of working with a developer, getting to plans, pre-development work, bid documents, before it's 2 to 3 years before getting to permitting and design. So that 10-year timeframe you're talking about is what's in here, really. And just looking at it, I was saying before, I didn't remember the amount, but the combined taxes for that, Island Street, the mixed-use portion of the development, not the industrial facility, is $1.28 million per year based on what our current scenario of taxing looks like. So it does provide the funds to support the services we're talking about. And one of the reasons, like when Jeff was asking about if it's just a vision or is it a blueprint, it's specifically to your point, Deb, when we had the stakeholder meetings and the person in charge of the rail division was looking at all of the rail property in the island, and the person in charge of the who gives permissions for use of the hydro property and what that looks like was at the meeting, and they were all saying, no, you're never going to do that, or yeah, that's difficult, but if you look at it this way, so the reason it is a blueprint is because all of those factors were taken into account so that all of these pieces do work together. Because it's baked into the process. That's why you go through that process and you involve the property owners and the stakeholders and the constraints so that you do end up with a compatible plan and all of the pieces can work together if you follow that roadmap. And, you know, as the conditions that there are, as Scott's saying, there are people that are, you know, ready to start, you know, looking to say go, you know, anyway, I appreciate all the time that you put into the process. I know folks showed up and provided input and supported through the process all along the way. And I think as a few years go by, you will be happy with the results. From what I've seen of these area-wide plans in other towns, they produce good results. St. Albans, Bennington, St. John's, very.
I think what this does also from the development side of the community is it gives them some certainty that if they do come and they try to invest money, and it's a lot of money, the projects are not insignificant, it gives them the idea that you've already done some of the work. You've already put together your basic understanding of how you'd like to see things proceed. So that gives them a sense of, okay, I don't have to start from scratch. I don't have to come and have people throw rocks at me. And, you know, go through some of the land use issues that can happen when people are trying to use developments. This gives them a blueprint to start to work from. And I think it's going to hopefully give us, like I said, a higher profile so we can attract some of these folks and see if we can get them in here and start making that capital go to work for our benefit in the long run.
Yep, and we'll see. So, yes, Bonnie?
Gary, so once this is approved and all that, then do you just wait for somebody to be interested in doing one of these things, or do you have some kind of priorities set, you know, as to what comes first, you know?
Yeah, so good question. So just as, it's a little bit of both, just as you folks are looking at ARPA and how you're going to choose the ARPA process, Scott was talking about a capital plan, and you go through a strategic process with your capital plan and how you spend that money. Same thing with these projects. There's a strategic planning process. At the same time, there's things that come up front because there's people that want to develop a project and it's in line. So the train station and that intersection is being redeveloped, and the Depot Street Bridge is first out of the 3 bridges on the island. So a natural progression would be to work around Island Street and get to that portion first. But it's some of both. It's what makes sense, and there's also a strategic planning process that can be helpful. And so part of like going back to the stakeholders as you approve this, and going back to the rail division and the hydro plant is a lot of pieces depend on they're working their pieces and starting to do. Scott and I had a conversation with the guy who does the hydro property last month, and he was just talking about a little bit of the process and interacting with National Grid, who has right-of-ways over a building where there's some residential in a lower mill plan, could take 2 years. for them to work through the permissions with National Grid. So there's, there are some complications, but strategic planning to work through those pieces. I think it's just time, and something that complicated. I think something like an area-wide plan makes it possible, and that's why the committee that you're on, Bonnie, that does the area-wide plans, they've been encouraging us to do this for this area for years, because it has been such a tough nut forever here, and that's the way these, you get over the hump with those.
Right.
In their experience, for decades of redeveloping post-industrial areas. So I do think it's the best shot we have of working through these tough areas.
Okay, great, thanks, that explains a lot.
Thanks. Oh, yes.
I respect the work that you have, the comments you've made about the drawbacks of having a blueprint going forward. But I think this is a sensible proposal that gives us a place to start. And the work that we've been doing in Saxtons River really convinces me that unless we have these guidelines and these broad plans to work on, we're not going to get the grants and the funding in order to see things through. And if we don't make changes and take risks, then we're stuck with the same old. And I'm not a fan of that. I'm also interested that the comments in this plan reflect the same concerns that came out of the community-wide ARPA funding. I know we're not committing those ARPA funds, but it's interesting to me that there are parallels. The trails are strong, the housing is strong, and those are two of the projects described in them.
And I think overall, just to get back to the point about bridges, and we sort of had this broad conversation about bridges, and they're sort of at the goal line with a couple of major decision points, right? The Violet's being one. We're waiting on the final New Hampshire approval of their 10-year TIF, and so far everybody said it should not be a problem. Everybody we've spoken to has said that that's just, you know, they haven't had their meeting yet to do the final approvals, but it's there, it's funded. We are on the short list for potential funding for the Bridge Street Bridge, and we're well aware of where we are with Depot Street, and the engineers are coming back in September to give us their 60% plan update on that. Point of that being is you could have 3 major bridges under construction over the next 10 years while you're working on this same plan. So while it sounds like 10 years is, you know, forever, it's conceivable that those things all follow into a logical pattern. And we could, you know, work this in through and around that as part of that whole redevelopment process. So I think there's some real opportunities here for us to make a lot of things happen that people have said for a long time can't happen for a variety of reasons, and I understand them, and think, you know, we're close.
Scott, there's someone in the waiting room?
Another person?
It looks like it's someone who's already in,
I thought I
kind of
did.
dropped out, and come back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
So does everyone have the motion in mind? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we're all in agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Gary, for all the work, and Scott. Next on the agenda is the tax sale update.
Yep, so since we have last spoken, we have a fun new spreadsheet here with all sorts of fun colors and
Not that cold.
additional charges on some of our folks since we last spoke. I think 2 people have actually dropped off the list. Had quite a bit of feedback from people that are trying to apply or all of a sudden now are very interested in applying in this program for delinquencies. And they sort of get very upset and agitated that that does not give them an automatic right of, you know, hold off. Because again, the state process can take up to 2, they've said for some of these folks, it can take 2-3 months before they can get to their application. So we had quite a few people coming in May, very upset and agitated. And, you know, again, as we had talked at previous meetings, we wanted to make sure the boards were clear that just because somebody said they had applied didn't mean that we were going to pause the process. So a lot of these names are people that have told us either in, you know, at the window or on the phone or in other ways that they're still trying to get some sort of state assistance. Be that as it may, we're still moving this list forward. The next steps will be, we do have the letter to go out from the attorney. Ray has it ready to go. As soon as you're done looking at this list, we'll have that out. There's a period of time where that has to go and a period of time for people to respond. Right now, our last conversation, he's thinking that we'll have a tax sale somewhere around the end of July, is what he's currently targeting. So
It's within sight.
it's within sight.
Scott, when you said a couple that dropped off, does that mean they paid the taxes? Yeah.
Yeah, they actually
Well,
caught
that's a
up.
good thing.
Yeah, it was a good thing.
That's the whole purpose.
Yes, so.
Scott, could you tell me down why there's an other column? About 2/3 of the way down, it says it has town other, and it's the only one with a figure in there, $1,946.28.
That's the one with the tree fell on, I think.
Yeah, but what's the other
I think-
mean?
I think that was some of the monies that was done as part of the
Oh.
cleanup.
Okay,
I
so
think it
make,
was-
so that's been added.
Yeah.
Right, I think that was a previous lien
That
that you
makes
had
sense.
tried to
Okay.
secure.
And I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I apologize to my select board colleagues for sounding like a broken record, but our neighboring towns, this just happens every year, like clockwork. You don't pay your taxes, your property goes up for sale. What's the story?
Well,
with us not
understand we had
doing it?
we had
I know we had
previous
three finance
management
managers.
that delayed this and told,
Right.
telling us we were gonna do it, and then we never did it. So, Scott's worked through that with COVID, and now here we are, so.
And it will
2 months in
happen,
sight.
so it will happen regularly after this?
It should happen regularly. Don't forget, you have a policy where you have to be delinquent for a period of 2 years before you're even eligible to be considered for tax sale. So there's always that line, and some people are very good at trying to get themselves to, they have a payment plan and they fail, and they advise them another year. So there's a little bit of a process involved in all of this, but I think we'll be more diligent in trying to make sure that this list is not as long and certainly not as difficult by doing it, on a more routine basis.
And there is a significant cost for attorney fees, title searches, all that stuff
Yes.
has to be done on each property.
Right.
There's quite a few properties on
Yeah,
Yeah.
$500,000 of unpaid taxes.
there. Yeah, for town and 58.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, please, you can
Just-
see on the end.
Yeah, sorry, just to confirm for people, these are the ones who do not have an agreement with the town.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, the others have
People-
been
The other
set
option is
aside.
to get your name off this list is to go
Which
to
we
the
have
town
all,
and have an
said to
agreement.
people, even people that had applied for the program, I said, well, if you get on a payment plan, that buys you enough time if you continue to make payments, that if you do get paid, I believe that should be ahead on your taxes,
And they
which
can,
would be
they
a
can,
wonderful thing, so.
and there's a whole year process before the property is turned over.
They can
So
redeem.
Correct.
they can, within that year, get
Correct.
themselves sorted out.
There's quite a bit of aggravation at the window at the finance office over the past few weeks from folks.
If within the next, before the tax sale, they can still go ahead and pay out their taxes.
100%.
Is there an additional
Oh, yeah.
cost to them? Because they're now going to be, there's going to be
Well,
paperwork
they
done on
accrued
them.
another round of penalty and interest, so yes, there is more cost.
There is that,
but-
so, okay, great, yes.
This came up at our annual meeting, and Saxtons River has had a process of waiting, not holding a tax sale, feeling that we recoup in interest to quite a significant benefit. We're very small potatoes compared to the village or the town of Rockingham, but it's working for us. So I think we'll, in general,
Continue
keep
to
with
do
our
the same.
practice.
Okay, so moving forward, more questions? Comments?
I have one.
Oh, go ahead, Wade.
Scott, so this is current as of like, just recently?
As of like
Friday?
last Friday,
Last
Friday.
Friday?
yes.
Do you need a motion?
Do we need a motion to
No,
go
this is
forward?
more for your information, and we're moving forward.
Moving
and
forward, okay, because we
Keep you in the
wanted,
loop as these things progress with
Yeah.
things.
I mean, I think liens would be great and things like that, Amy, if the town didn't have $500,000.
I understand,
It's a little more significant.
just wanted to make the comment.
Oh, also, there's this list on mobile homes?
Yes,
What do you want to do with that?
we are going to send them notices and try to get collection. And then we'll come back to you before we put them on for sale as well. So they're a little bit more of a complicated
I was gonna
process.
say, the land is owned by someone else.
Right. But we're hoping to get some compliance just by the formal notice from the attorney.
Somebody else have a question? Yes,
I
hi,
have a
Rebecca.
question. I don't have the document in front of me, but from what I can see, there looks like there must be 60 lines, 60 people there,
Maybe 40.
40.
Yeah.
So the paper of record, we have to put out a public notice, correct?
That will all have to go.
That'll have to go out a couple
Yeah,
weeks
there's a
or a month
process.
before. 40 people, that'll take up most of the paper.
I
Are you
think
gonna stagger those notices?
they have a different way of doing it. The last time we had tax sale, instead, there was a notice about they're going to be in tax sale, but it didn't list all the properties like it used to. It used to in past years, but it's very expensive. I asked, Ray would know.
There's
how
a way to
it
do
is.
it, so you have to pay for all those additional
Right.
ad costs that can get extravagant.
So you're gonna put these in the paper, or you're not gonna put these? Where, if people wanted to know more about these tax sales, where would they find them?
Town clerk?
Well, first of all, we will, once he sends his letter, we'll post them here, so they'll be physically available in town hall, as well as we'll also have, and there will be a requirement in our paper of record to have a notice.
Okay.
Right, but that won't be probably till sometime in June.
There's 53 total.
Okay.
53, okay, you counted
Just
it.
counted them.
Sorry, I was just doing an estimate. Go, all right, 47. Okay, all right, then we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Fire Equipment Committee MOU update.
Yep, so a lot of paperwork here, but just, it all has some value. The apparatus list that we incorporated has been a point of conversation, because if you look at the existing MOU, and the first line item within the current MOU talks about major fire equipment. And it only really doesn't get into specifics about what does that actually mean. So the committee worked on putting more detail into that so that it was clear to everyone what those responsibilities are in that first section of the MOU. We're still working on a couple issues within the committee, so it wasn't ready to come back to you in a final form. We'll probably have that back to you in the fall. The document that I think is somewhat important that you need to take a look at is this fire apparatus replacement schedule. As you can see, when you start looking at, we updated some costs because the last schedule we had reflected some of the older costs, about $350,000 as a replacement, for example, for engine one. The realistic costs in today's marketplace, when you're looking at 2023, is about $500,000. So that's why you see that number for 2023, and then also repeated for the BF replacement in 2024. So right off the bat, if you're just looking at the next couple of years and what the potential impacts might be, there's roughly $1 million worth of fire trucks in the next couple of budget cycles to consider. The committee then had a conversation about what's our optimal mix of equipment. Are we staffed or appropriately staffing for our 3 departments, and how might that potentially shrink? Because currently I think we have roughly 11 pieces of equipment, and I think that'll be the next discussion that we have as we go forward, is to look at equipment mix. And obviously all of these major pieces of equipment have large dollar values attached to them. So these are significant conversations that need to take place. It doesn't dovetail at all and doesn't reflect at all any of the conversations that Saxtons River has been having about their station replacement or some of their concerns with that. So it wasn't omitted. It's just, I think we're very early in that process, so we've not put that on there at this point in time. So it was not omitted for any other reason than it's just premature at this point. But that's another point of conversation and consideration as well. And then we still have sitting out, and I just attached them just for your information, all of these other grants that we're waiting to hear back on that are coming through FEMA and coming from USDA. But in total, it's almost $600,000 worth of equipment and replacements for things like rescue trucks and again, the consideration is that's not, or brush trucks, and those aren't built into some of these numbers on the truck apparatus schedule as well. So you can start to see very quickly how the numbers can escalate in the next few years. You could be looking at substantial investments in replacements of equipment and also just vehicles in general. So
Question.
If you were to have a single fire department, I know that's a radical thought. The fact that there seems to be a lot of overlap, so if we're down to 5,200 people, it's just an extraordinary amount of equipment. And would we ever, like, can some of these $500,000 ladder trucks, could they be shared? Is there any idea of sharing?
well, I think it gets a little complicated because each of the departments have various protocols about how they respond, right? And there is overlap built into the system so that there is some redundancy. There's also mutual aid. And then it does become a question of, and this is somewhat, I think, what hopefully the fire study that Saxon River is trying to put together can also assist us in looking at all of those numbers. You can start looking at runs and statistics and try to get a real idea of what are we actually, what kind of calls are we responding to, and looking at your apparatus and sort of flows into that, logical conversation. We just don't have all that data right now from all three departments, and in any kind of a sequence where we could present it and have the boards at least look at it and try to understand it. And then dovetail into, does it make sense to have all of these, frontline rescue vehicles as there ways to do things? We have one ladder truck, which makes sense, but brush trucks and other types of things, each vehicle is expensive.
Yeah.
And, the other difficult conversation is look at our staffing and look at our long-term, we have three departments, we have wonderful volunteers. They are a tremendous asset and a resource, but the numbers aren't growing per se, right? We're challenged, and we're not unusual in that respect. So it's not like this is our problem. It's a regional problem. And how do we staff ourselves in the future so that we might have garages full of trucks and nobody to potentially respond to them and use them, and that's a real concern. So difficult conversations. People are very proud of their individual departments, and rightfully so. They have a long history, and they serve the community as well, and they continue to serve the community well. But looking at the future and having these conversations, it's a little bit uncomfortable. People have strong opinions and strong feelings, and sometimes it's difficult to just have the conversation without people feeling that it's being maybe too aggressive or threatening, or in some ways, belittling the service of the people that are providing the coverages. So it's a very sensitive conversation when we sit down and talk about these things. Doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about them, it just means that's the reality when we're sitting at the table.
Anything further on this MOU? So we're looking at going forward and continued conversations, and I believe there's a member of each board on that committee. Is that correct? Saxon River has, okay.
We'll meet again after, we're hoping to hear on all of these grants. Sean is here in July. Sean, is that what they're telling us now? Yeah.
Okay.
So you want to pick a date?
Yeah, really.
It's rolling.
Yeah, rolling.
I think sometime over the summer we should honestly hear on this round.
I mean, it looks like next vehicle to be purchased is not until 2023, that the word planning and on consideration, but across the board, except for 2030 to 2035, we're looking at about $500,000 to $600,000.
And again, with supply chain and some of the other, trying to actually acquire a vehicle, you'll have to start talking about a real purchase well in advance of 2023 if you want to try to actually replace it in that calendar year. I don't know, what's the lead times now? They're saying
12 to
Yeah.
18, that's what.
so.
So some of this grant money might come in, and are we I would just wanna know if we have redundancy in grant searching. Are all three departments trying to get the same grants? Although I know the town purchases the large equipment.
Well, Sean and Gary have been very helpful to sit down with the three departments and try to coordinate our grant activities so that we're not overlapping or asking for redundant kinds of equipment. So that actually has been very helpful. It takes a lot of energy to do this, a lot of effort. There's a lot of requirements that they have to send in for all sorts of data. But they have been working on that with the three departments, so that has actually been very helpful.
All right, if we are finished with the fire equipment update, we are on to reviewing the agenda item for next meeting, which is August, July or August?
I know it's September.
Oh, I may be wrong.
Yeah.
On the next, yes.
Yeah, I have it for the 27th.
Of September?
Yeah.
Well, we have a ways away for that, and there'll be some follow-up reports on some of the same things we've already seen tonight. Peter thinks it's on. Well,
Yeah.
By Tuesdays in August, so.
Oh,
I didn't know if you wanted to do that in the summer with your summer meeting schedule, that's why I pushed it to September. We can certainly talk about that.
September only has 4, so.
I just, usually it's.
As I say, it's a moving target, so.
Yeah, so,
I'll set in
Okay.
stone.
so I don't know if we have anything anyone specifically wants to add to the agenda at this point, so. But we do have plenty of topics that will come up by then. And of course, you can always send them to the spot as well. Review and approve order bills and warrants, that's up.
Yes.
Yep, some of them have already been signed by the village, and just a couple signatures missing, but the account payable, everybody needs to sign.
Motion to approve orders, bills, and warrants.
Second.
Any concerns over the orders bills and warrants? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pass this along. And move this on to other business.
Well, I guess,
I don't know, yeah, you can start, go ahead.
well, you've been sending me emails,
No,
so.
and we'll work around the business.
I guess
Yes, I
one
have.
item of concern is, everybody probably is aware of the cemetery issues going on. The mowing issue, Scott has some updated information on that, and I think going forward, things will change dramatically. I think the action we may take in the June 7th meeting of adjusting their schedule of mowing, I think is what is the issue. The contract calls for them to mow every 2 to 3 weeks, or 2 or 3 times a month. Well, at the rate the grass is growing, you mow it this week and next week it's up over your ankles, so, or over your knees, so it's gonna have to be done more frequently, and from the email trail that I've gotten from the contractor, they're willing to mow more frequently, so it's just a matter of getting in touch with them and ironing out the schedule. Issues with water, the water in Saxton River is from Kern Hatton, which Buckner owns. The other complicated issue is the water department from Bellows Falls Village goes over and handles the problems. I don't know if they were aware of that, but I was.
We are now.
I was told that the other day.
Apparently
Right
that's been
now,
going
as
on for
of,
quite a long time.
as of now, they fixed one leak why the water was not on the first time. Now they have a second leak 20 feet down the line from where that first leak started, and if you go into the cemetery on the left-hand side off the entrance road, one of the faucets is leaking like a sieve because the valve is shot. So there's no way unless you shut complete water off, it's gone. But I had word today that I think they're planning to mow that Saxton River Cemetery. It's supposed to be mowed this week, either today or sometime. I don't know. I can't remember. What day. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm gonna get there today.
We
so
will get that
tomorrow
changed.
it's supposed to be
So it's just a matter of scheduling, so.
So if I may ask, who is responsible for repairing those leaks?
Good question. When I asked, I was told that our village, the village department, I was done it.
When I
I
talked
don't
to
know
Brian,
if there's
he said
agreement. That means we may have to research
He said
and go
it's
back
been-
and find
been
out
that
either.
way for as long as he's been here.
The building
done
minutes
prior
are-
to him.
The bills will fix the leaks too, right?
Yeah.
Go back
Losing the water.
to Cecil Biss of that day, for all we know.
Well, we don't know
It
if
might
they
be
can
on
go
a piece
further
of
than that.
parchment somewhere at the meeting.
We'll see.
I know 3 spots that are well watered, apparently.
Well,
So if we go that way, Elijah. Susan?
I'm upset, thank you.
Jeff?
All set.
Bonnie?
No.
Rick? Wade?
All set.
Scott? Okay, let's start over there. Oh, God, I
All
don't
good.
remember your name, sorry. Ellen?
I'm
Yes.
fine, thank you.
All set.
Rick?
I'm glad the Saxton River people are joining us.
Good to be here.
Yes, it's very good.
And Steph?
So we are gonna look into communication to see if we, evidently we're gonna want this repaired, back on the subject of
Scott,
the water.
is gonna take your email, Bernie
Okay.
or Brian,
Brian, yes.
figure out what they're doing with it. I don't know if they have to give the line to get to, I don't know anything about the water line thing.
Yeah,
Takes
well,
one place, another
Brian
place.
still asked for
So there's some
another
history
week,
in
so
it.
we'll work with Brian.
Maybe find out.
We're still trying to research to find out, is there anything anywhere that documents some of that
Yeah.
supply?
It's so old.
Just some general information, nobody's been able to put their hands on anything that goes back.
I'm glad somebody's been doing it, though. I mean, you think about it, it's like running on autopilot. We had no idea who was actually supposed to be handling that. And
I didn't until they called.
Yeah.
I called and
It was news to a lot of people, yeah.
so.
Okay, well, let's see, last comment, would be that we are, no, I'm not gonna, that we are going to be going on summer schedule, so everyone's aware of that. Take a look at the website for, I'm just speaking to the public, for future meetings coming up for June, July, August, and
Yeah,
September.
Yep.
So we'll be looking at that, and then maybe there'll be a joint board in August instead of September, we'll figure it out.
Yes.
So I think that's it, everyone try to stay cool, it's going to go back to being consistently hot now, it is heading for summer. We're missing the cool mornings, but whatever. Everyone have a good summer, and we will see you next month. I may entertain a motion to
Motion
adjourn.
adjourned.
And a second.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned, thank you, everyone.
Recording.